So sorry, it took me a little bit of a moment to get things set up here because I just got duck attacked by Mike before I started. So anyway, welcome everybody. So what I want to do, because obviously we have like a lot of references and a lot of notes here, a lot of things to keep track of. I'm gonna start with the basics first. So today we are streaming Sherry Monroe. And I don't really know anything about the character other than she's supposed to have like Blood Queen, Rose Thorny vibes, and her main color theme is red and white. If you want to tell us about your character, Ellie, feel free. If you want to give us any backstory. I'm gonna lock these layers. So the first thing I want to do is I want to get a 3D model on the screen, and I want to try and pose her like the reference. And that way I can also make sure that I fit everything on the picture plane, because she's gonna have a really big poofy dress, and I want to make sure there's room for her wings and everything else. So that is where we will begin. And I also downloaded all this stuff. Now, I'm probably not going to use like half of this stuff, but like, look at this. How cool is this? I just got all these different fairy wings. I mean, I know you gave me a specific reference of wings. Where is it? Right here. But like, as you can see, this is something on DeviantArt, and it has a watermark on it. So obviously that means that the creator of these wings would probably not appreciate it if I copied their design. And I do know a lot of people who make, you know, fairy wings are very protective of their designs because they actually craft them into real wings that they sell, like for costumes and stuff. And I follow a couple of those artists on Instagram, and they're always hunting people down who steal their wing designs. Like they take them to court. So I'm going to be designing my own wings. And I'm going to be using the ones I downloaded in Clip Studio as a base. So, like, these are all free for artists to use. So I can take, like, any of these and work with them. And I don't have to worry about, you know, getting in trouble. So I really, like, my favorite is these. Like, I really like these. I feel like I can add on to them, like replicate layers, and just there's so much I can do with these as a base. I really like those. But yeah, and I also have these. So I downloaded like 5 different wings. So I have a variety here, as you can see. Yeah. And then the other thing I downloaded, and this is something I don't know if I will be using at all or not, but I was like, when I was looking up roses and rose thorns on the Clip Studio asset shop, they had like all this filigree, like these filigree designs that are rose inspired. And I was like, you know, I don't know if, you know, I'll be using any of these or have a use for them, but, you know, there might be places in her dress or in her corset somewhere where if I wanted to, I could pop in some of this stuff, but, you know, who knows? I just think this stuff is so pretty. Like, this has roses and butterflies and hearts, like all the things that, you know, are part of this character. And again, all this stuff is free to use. So, like, you know, if I can use it, I will. Thank you so much, Babone, for resubbing. Having been subbed for 10 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see along the way. They do look really pretty. Oh, and then this is another one. So I found this brush. I got a couple of new brushes too. I got this rose garland brush and these like thorn brushes. So I have to put them in my brush thingy. So let's see. I'm gonna put this in flower. Because I have these like rose brushes, as you can see. Let's say make this white, make this, let's say red, or no wait, make this red, and make this white. Okay, there we go. But yeah, like these are super nice roses, you know. So again, all this stuff is just free materials for artists to use. So I'm gonna drag this in here and move it up next to the other roses. There we go. Like somewhere up there. I like to collect, you know, a lot of brushes and stuff. Because it's just, you know, it's more of a like you never know when you're gonna need it kind of thing. Like every project is different, and sometimes this stuff can really come in handy. Let's see, I don't know. Whoa, that doesn't look right. That's obviously, you can't do that with the mouse. Here it is, rose garland. Alright. So yeah, so this is a different one. I think these roses are way prettier. They're just way nicer drawn. But, you know, I downloaded this one anyway. So, and then we have a thorn brush. Oops. Let's see. This would go in vegetation. So we're gonna put all our thorns in here and see how they look. Because I figured this could help me with the, like, the thorn and rose patterns. It's going to be on the sides of her skirts. You know? So, could be. So we're just going to put them all in here. Is this not a brush? This one is just an image. Not a brush. Interesting. This one is a brush. Okay, some of these are just image assets. So we're trying to put all the brushes in here. Oh, I see. This shows what they look like. So we got some that are like tangled, some that are straight. Some that are wavy. So these are just images to show like what these brushes look like. And then this is another one that I really, really liked. And I showed you the picture of this. It's like this really pretty pattern. Like I can see putting this somewhere. Like this could even be the pattern for the fabric for the skirt, because it's roses and thorns and it's like lace. Like, I don't know, man. I just downloaded a lot of this stuff because I was like, all of it looks really promising, you know? Like, I could do so much with all of these. Hello, Chompette! Let's see. But yeah, I like this one. This, like, I feel like this one in and of itself would work for the fabric for, like, the sides of her skirt. As like the pattern. Like I would do it at a little bit lower opacity. Well, alright, so hello, what are we drawing today? We are drawing Ellie's character, Sherry Monroe. And again, if I'm pronouncing her name wrong, I do apologize. Like so this is the character. And there's like just a lot of notes, a lot of references. So essentially this character in a super bouffant, fancy like French style dress with the nice ruffly thingy And then going into this picture, this pose, and also she has like the, you know, tear thingies on her eyes. She has a rose thingy here. She's gonna have magical kind of fairy wings behind her, and then a magical rune floating up above between the wings. And this is gonna be the hairstyle. So as you can see, like I didn't get to start the stream at 4 because it took me like an hour just to go through all the notes and all the references and make sure that I have everything down. And then I also went into the Clip Studio assets thingy and I downloaded a lot of stuff. So I'm going through all the things I downloaded and just trying them out and seeing what works and what looks good. And so far I'm definitely liking all of this, like these rose brushes that I got. So I'm putting that in here. Alright, so this is the other rose brush. And again, I'm doing this with the mouse. I need to do this with the tablet pen. But this is cool because it bends. So I actually, you know what? Instead of using the one with the lace, I might use this one for her skirts. Because I can move it like how I want, you know? But we'll see. I mean, it might be nice to have the lace too, but we will see. Maybe the lace part can be the middle part of the skirt, and like the separate roses, which will be white on the red fabric, will be the outer part. So that could work. I'm just kind of deliberating, you know, right now how I want to go about this. So either way, I have lots of stuff to help me now. So I got fairy wings, I got roses, I got thorns. So let's get our 3D model out here and get her posed so we can get going. Apply light source. And then we're gonna look at our poses. If I have anything close to it, I'll pop it in and then I'll edit it to be like more what I want. Let's see. I think I used this one. I made this pose for Angelite. Let's see. I just gotta look at the reference. So we got hand over chest. So pretty simple. Okay. And I might have a pose like that, but I'm not sure. Either way, it'll be easy enough to edit something. But I do want to see what I already have on hand. Here's the arms crossed. So I think I could edit this one. So I'll put this other arm down. Let me clear some of this clutter off our screen here. So one of my favorite features about Clip Studio is, you know, the 3D models and the ability to edit them, create your own poses. So we're going to straighten up her head. So we want regal, dangerous, don't mess with her, queen, blood queen of thorns kind of vibe going with this character. I gotta zoom in. Hopefully, like, YouTube and Twitch don't get upset about my models, you know, having nipples. If this was like Tumblr, they'd have a field day. Like, oh my god, it's a female presenting nipples! Can't be on the internet, no! Alright, let's check our pose. other arm needs to come in a little bit. I feel like the shoulder... Oop, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah. Like, I'm trying to edit the shoulder. About the background. Oh, good, we're getting character background. So let's see. Ooh, I need to rotate this arm. Sherry Monroe is basically the daughter of a kingdom that was located on an island far away from the WoW lore civilization. The kingdom was centered around flowers and ceremonies. Long story short, the king of that kingdom was overcome with greed and made a deal with an evil sorcerer to bless his wife, the queen, to give birth to a daughter that would guarantee the success and spread of their kingdom's legacy so that his wealth would never die. However, when the time came and Sherry was born, it was revealed that the deal was a ruse by the evil sorcerer, as he had cursed Sherry instead. He brought the king's wish to fruition by causing Sherry to be destined to spread the gospel of the Flower Kingdom. However, wherever she would go, she would bring nothing but blood, carnage, and death, as the religion of the Flower Kingdom was twisted into something dark. She's basically a final boss villain designed for one of the campaigns I'm running. Dang, that sounds really cool. Also, hello, Savannah, welcome. Well, that, like, actually knowing all that definitely helps. Like, it helps me figure out, like, the vibes of the character, like, subtle things, facial expression, and all that. So she was born to create death and blood and chaos everywhere she goes. She's a wicked, wicked woman. Real wicked. One thing that's annoying about the models is, like, notice how, like, with this reference, the arm could be down and coming up. Like, with this, you can't really do that. It's like the 3D model just can't bend like a real person can. Like, it's still limited. Like, as much as you try, you know, to rotate and position everything, like, you'll never get the exact pose. Like, I can do that pose in real life, but this model, she can't. But honestly, like, what I really need the model for is just to help me with the hands. Because the hands is, you know, pain in the butt. Like, I could draw the arms my own way, but it's the hands that I need reference for, so. And this arm is just dead really funny. Like, what is going on with this arm? This arm could be coming up, like, kind of resting on the skirt a little bit, maybe, because it's a poofy skirt. She has worshippers? Oh my. Do people look at her as like a Dommy Mommy kind of character? Like that one in Resident Evil. What was her name? Everybody really loved her. Lady Dimitrescu or whatever. People just have that thing, you know, for like evil women. I don't know what it is, but it's like, it's just a trend, you know? Like, yes, stab me, mommy. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Well, either way, can't quite get the 3D model to behave and match this pose, but this will at least be like a starting point here, so I can start sketching, and then I will work on the anatomy until I get it right. And like, luckily the anatomy of the legs and all the lower body doesn't matter at all, because, you know, big poopy skirt. So let's say about, because I gotta think like how I could fit the wings and everything in this page. So I want her to fit the page pretty well. What I'm going to be doing for the wings is I'm going to be making it symmetrical, so I'm just going to draw one half and then I'm going to copy, paste, and flip it. And probably be doing the same thing for the rune that's going to float between the wings. Because that's just, you know, the smart way to go about it. Alright, so maybe right about here, I'd say, because then we got room for wings. We got room for glowy rune right here. And skirt is going to fill up much of the side, so most of this picture will be all filled up here. Let's rasterize, lower the opacity, and we're going to just start doing like just a rough anatomy sketch to start. And get all the big shapes in. They look at her like a deity. She's gained the power to grant them knowledge, power, and wishes. They sacrifice victims with blood to gain her attention. Wow, that's pretty cool though. She's a scary lady. I wouldn't want to mess with her. I like though that you made something so original, you know, from a World of Warcraft character. Like, that's pretty cool. That's what I love about role players, you know? Okay, let's give her delicate features. Dainty evil queen hand. That looks nice and dainty. Little thumb popping up here. So, like, as you can see, I have the 3D model, but I don't need to, like, necessarily follow it. Just, it gives me reference. So then we have arm. We're gonna have like ruffly sleeves on the side here. Ruffly sleeves. She's gonna have some kind of like a corset. Maybe what I probably need to do is I need to bring her boobs closer together, because I know with those dresses they just like, they squeeze your boobs together. So we'll do that because we've got to have like a cleavage thing going on here. And then the corset. We want to make sure they look, you know, decent sized. Yeah, they are tight, yes. And again, I haven't designed the corset yet, so, like, All of this is gonna get worked out. I'm just right now just trying to get the character in. Haven't quite decided what I'm doing with her other arm though, because that reference picture does not go that far. It just cuts off. So maybe what we'll do, instead of having it be so static and just have that arm just coming straight down like it does on the I can't think of her name right now for some reason. This is what I hate, like my brain just goes dead. It's like I know this character, Sally Whitemane. Like my brain goes blank when I'm trying to talk and I'm trying to come up with the right word, like the name of a character, and it's so frustrating. It's like I have Alzheimer's or something. Like it really drives me crazy. The arm going down is supposed to be behind her back. Ah, okay. So you want it behind her back then. Because what I was going to do is I was going to, like, make it be, like, where she's, like, holding a little bit of the fabric of the skirt, you know? Like... like she's greeting you, but it's like you're not sure you want to be greeted by this person because she's dangerous and whatnot. So this is what we got so far. Hey, Commander Munt! Welcome! This story's interesting. I love when people use the fact that Blizzard literally said the world is bigger than in the game. To create almost alien stories on Azeroth. That is the one benefit Epsilon does have in creating those not in retail settings. Yeah, totally. Alright, let me look at this dress reference here. So this arms here is, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 5 layers of ruffles. And again, this is super rough sketch. Like, I will be doing another drawing over this one. This is just to, like, get this stuff down here. So, alright, and then we have, for the corset, I'm gonna look up some of those, like, French dresses and just get an idea. 1700s. Like, what is the bodice style of those kind of things? Ooh, I like. Okay, so I see that there's 2 different kinds. And the one that I'm liking so far is... let me see. It's so blurry. Ugh. I hate when the Google pictures that I click on are really blurry. Like, very low quality. But look at this! Isn't that so pretty? I love it. So I like how it comes down on the sides and then you have this fabric underneath the, you know, the corset part. This is a really ornate dress, like very, very pretty. Me like. So we're gonna use that as our reference. Because he gave me artistic license for the corset part, so I'm gonna go with something like that. While still making her chest look chesty, you know? And then the neck piece is like that. Lock this layer here. Alright, so we got this neck piece. Red gem. Quick question. Like, I noticed this thing is fairly ornate here. Do you want, like, the gold that surrounds the red gem to be ornate, or do you want it to just be simple, round, like the way it is in game? And also, how large do you want it to be? Because in game, that gem is pretty huge. Okay. Do you want the gem to be like a smaller size, or do you want it to be like very large? Like, not that large. Okay. Yeah, because in game, that's a gigantic gem. Okay. So like something like this, like a regular brooch. Okay. And let's see, where is that? And then there's a red rose emblem that's lower down. We gotta do these ruffly things. What I'm gonna do is lower the opacity so I can have it while I draw. Yeah, it is super giant in the game. Okay, so we're gonna have her dress curve a little bit and come down. And also, did you want like these like vampire wing thingies like that's in WoW? This like flappy thing? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, too bad at Epsilon there's no way for you to actually put together the character the way you want her to really look with the poofy dress, because they don't even have poofy dresses in WoW. Maybe what I'll do, I'm gonna put like ruffly things going along the edges to kind of go with the ruffles of the sleeves. So this is the outer part. Actually, I think I even have like a ruffles brush. I know I saw a bunch, like I could use those. Because it'll make like perfect ruffles. I think I have some. Let me check. If not, I can get some. Yeah, oh, look at this. I have ruffles brushes. What? What? Like, there's her sleeves right there. You wanted them white. Boom. Ruffles brushes. Oh. That's what I love about Clip Studio. There's so many free assets for artists. I know, it's amazing. Anything to save you, like, time and trouble. Okay. that. And let's see, what else? Okay, so these ruffly thingies. Enjoy your dinner, baboon. Oh wow, yeah, this ruffly thing covers the cleavage, so we do not see no cleavage. She is very prim and proper, all fully covered. But you know, I drew it anyway just because. Like, no, Commander Mon's like, no, sorry, no cleavage. According to this outfit design, there's no boobs, no booba. She's fully covered. Booba is a rare sight from Queen Sherry. I imagine since she's got like a lot of people that are simping over her, she probably is super picky. And I, like, honestly, if I was a dude, I'd be afraid. I'd be like, she'd probably be like a spider, you know, like after she's done with you, she just like bites your head off. She just kills you. Drains your blood. Like you served your purpose, you know. That corset be fighting for its life. Alright, and then the other notable thing about this corset is the button thingy. And again, there's more ruffles, little ruffles. I think the buttons will be roses. That would be perfect. And then her rose insignia. Let's see. Let me have a look at the other references again. Kind of mid-chest here, so. Bloop. So let's say right underneath here, she's got a bigger rose. And I'm going to use my rose brush for that because that, you know, makes sense to me. So let's pop a rose in. You know, I get one that's facing forward. Ah, yes, here we go. This is the perfect rose. Boop, just put that right there. And I'm going to be doing another sketch on top of this sketch because this is going to be like a really, really rough sketch, you know. Like this sketch is going to be so rough. It's going to be hard to like use this for colored sketch. So it's going to be like a double sketch here. But anyway. Rose Queen with no lack of thorns. Oh, she definitely has thorns. Like, all over. But yeah, it's like a blood rose queen kind of theme. Alright, and we're gonna do some stitching going down the bodice as well. Because it's corset, you know. And we might, maybe we'll use like a low opacity of that like, that rose thingy. Oh my god, let me find it. And it's in downloads. Ooh, or we could use one of these. Let me see, hang on. Like, yeah, like this would be cool. So this could be like fabric pattern here. Ooh, that doesn't look right. I just want to make it like red. Let's see. Change color. Oh, no. It goes with the top layer. Why does it do that? That doesn't work at all. Some of these, unfortunately, don't change color. But anyway, we lower the opacity. Erase what we don't need. But yeah, you get the idea, like, the pattern is on the fabric kind of thing. Like that. See, I found a use for the pretty filigree. Look at how cool that looks. That looks freaking baller. I love it. Like, whenever I do fancy outfits like this, I'm all about, like, adding really cool, pretty filigree textures. So yeah, that looks sick. Oh my, she has a blade made of blood. Yes, Commander Munt's commission is just after Babones, I think? Let me see, how many more commissions I got in my queue here. So the next one is Babone, and then it's your Puppeteer guy. So yeah, pretty much 2 more commissions after this, and that wraps up November. And then I have 1 commission for December so far. Ooh, man, I tell you, I've been like blowing through these commissions this month. Like, I got 9 commissions done last week. Like, just coming out of my like Inktober / summer vacation hiatuses and just diving right back in to work. Just whoosh, yeah. By the way, nails. Does she have long nails? Does she have short nails? Like, what she got going on for fingernails? Short, normal nails. She's an elegant girl, even when she's out to behead somebody. Okay. Gotcha. She sounds like a charming person, you know, like you get to know her and you don't know she's a psycho until she, like, cuts off your head, and then, you know, it's too late. My dating history? Oh, man. I'm so sorry. So sorry, dude. Put like the ruffles like here. She's very don't judge a book by its cover individual, usually kind and sweet, but she's anything but. She kind of like reminds me of what was it? Like there was a show about Mary, Queen of Scots, called Reign, and like the mother character of Francis, the guy that Mary had to wed, was like that. Like, she was just a scheming, conniving bitch, but like, you know, she could come off as being really nice sometimes, and you almost feel sympathetic for her too at times. I like a villain like that. I like the sympathetic villain, like where you know they're horrible, but like you can't help but like them. And you can understand, like you can get behind why, you know, they do the messed up things that they do, even though you know they probably shouldn't do them. That's the vibe she has, because she needs the charisma to spread her religion and get people to worship her. Yeah, she's like, she reminds me of like a vampire queen or something, you know? Like a queen of the damned kind of thing. This is looking pretty good so far. Are you talking about Queen Elizabeth or Francis's mother? Because they both are pains in the neck but have reasons for it from the Reign TV show. Francis's mother. Queen Elizabeth, yeah, she was like, whoa. She's technically a vampire because she enjoys blood both visually and to consume, though she isn't associated with vampires directly. Aha. Well, she definitely gives, like, major vampire vibes. For realsies. Okay, let's see. Just reading here. The rose, this the rose. Oh, this is the pattern here. Merge below. Next, the hairdo. Oh, Catherine was her name. Yeah. Ultimate, it's an acquired taste. The blood, it's just an acquired taste, you know. Alright, so I'm gonna lower the opacity here. And again, just like start sketching in. So she has those like spiral curls, so her hair parts on the sides. Maybe she's got like some roses or something on the sides of her hair, like rose pins. And then the spiral curl. Mix it with a bit of wine and it's ready to go. And we gotta give her like the sinister face. Like beautiful, but sinister. Insert pompous circling wine glass. Freckles. Alright, now let's see what other details other than the wings and the wings and the rune thingy. I'm just trying to see if there's any other details I gotta do. Like, I know I gotta do the roses and stuff on the fabric of the sides of the skirt. And again, this is like the very rough of rough sketches. Like, obviously you see I just scribbled her hair in there. like the ruffles and everything, none of them are really defined yet. They're all just like, just plopped in. But this is just helpful to me because it helps me like make sure that I have all the details of this character down so that when I go to do like the tidier sketch, there's no confusion as to anything, because the last thing I want is to like spend a lot of hours like having to erase and refine ruffles and get like completely lost in like a lot of small detail editing. So what I could do with this is just like lower the opacity and then just redraw over it and like, you know, go neater as I go. Like make sure, you know, this just helps me know where everything is, basically. Okay, so let me, I'm gonna try that rose brush that I downloaded. And I wanna like use that. On the fabric here, and then I'm gonna like lower the opacity and erase what I don't need and have a look, see how it looks. Just to kind of get an idea. And I can also mess with the size of it too, like, and let's see. Oh, that's huge. It's giant. Maybe not that big. Kind of like the larger size, I feel like. I feel like that's nicer. The more the art shows and info I learn, the more I feel they're like some ultimate villainess to my Lycan noble Farron. Love the concept and look you're going with. Farron is a very interesting character. I have role-played with him. And again, I'm really sorry I haven't posted in the RP. Oh my god, I feel so bad about it. Like, I have not RP'd, like, at all in a while. Like, since July. And I haven't written anything for my story either. I just have not been able to focus at all to write. Been terrible. Like, my writing brain just went somewhere. It went on a vacation and I'm having a hard time getting it back. And also, mostly, I'm just having a hard time finding the time. I think that's my biggest problem. It's not that I don't want to write, it's that most of the time I don't have time. Because I'm too busy with, like, so many things all the time. So I do apologize for being such an unreliable RP partner. I feel very bad about it. You know, I've let you wait months at a time for the same reason. Oh, I know. It's just like when I do it, I feel so guilty about it. Like, horrendously guilty. Because, like, I always felt really bad when I had RPs that I really enjoyed and they died because, like, the person just stopped posting. And it's like, man, I wouldn't want to do that to somebody else, and well, here I am. And then here's that rose pattern that I downloaded that I think looks really cool for like the underskirt. Huh? No, this is supposed to be like those curly hair thing. Like I said, it's a really, really rough sketch. Like I didn't do any of the details of the hair. But it's supposed to be this. I know it doesn't look like that at all. But that's what it's gonna be when I do the second sketch once I got everything down. So it's not a veil. It's just the hair pulled to the sides and then these curly things coming down. Yeah, like I just didn't lay in that detail yet. Like, it's bare bones it's really just a scribble right now. Because I have like so many things I need to like get in here that like I'm not paying attention to the small details yet. There we go. Time to play more with item forging. What's item forging? I'm guessing this is some epsilon thing that you gotta do. Epsilon thing, you can create custom items with custom names, lore, etc. Aha! Yeah, like I remember you telling me about it, I just didn't know it was called item forging. Like I didn't know there was a term for it. That's cool though. So this is what we have so far. And then what I'm thinking is maybe this skirt under here can be like thorns or something. So I can try out those thorn brushes. So we have roses and thorns, roses and, you know, vines and stuff, and then thorns underneath. It's kind of like a metaphor too for how the thorns are hidden. Like, when she raises up the layers of the fabric, it's like, there it is. The thorns hidden underneath. This beautiful woman is actually pretty evil. See what I did there? I made it all artsy. Let's see. Let's try out our thorn brushes. Alright. Now, if all of this is like too busy and you want me to like tone down some of the patterning, I can do that too, but that'll be up to you. I'm just gonna erase out some of this stuff in her hair here. So So far it's fine. Okay, so now I believe what we need is the wings and the room. And also the little teardrop things under her eyes. So, do you want them to be just like Sally Whitemane? Like... Do you want them to be like triangular? Kind of like that. Oh yeah, and we also gotta do the cape thingy that's coming up behind her. Let's see, let me look at the WoW thingy. It's got like 2 things coming off this side. Not certain with the eye thing. Try more tear shape. Okay. How about that? Can you add another set of shorter tears to her eyes? I think that'll look good. Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, Farron is a great character. Like, like if you ever roleplay with Commander Mutt, it's fun. Just saying, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Farron. And you know, if I could ever get my freaking host in, maybe we can get your puppeteer guy in there too. I've been, like, see, I also haven't posted because, like, I can't decide like what I want to write, you know, what I want to make happen next. Like I'm pretty much just stumped because I'm like brain dead, you know? Like that's my problem. I got like writer's block or something. And I don't want to give you like a crappy post, you know, like you like have you wait all these months and then I finally post and then it's like really crappy. So, like I want to write something good. Yeah, that would be cool. I think what I should do is like I need to go through and like start rereading the RP because so much time has passed I've like forgotten like a lot of what's going on. So like I need to refresh my memory first and then I can start like coming up with ideas for what we can do. Or you can shoot ideas too, like, you know. Alright, let me see here. So I think I have everything aside from the wings and the rune thing. So let me just check real quick. Check all the notes, make sure. And obviously there's a lot of notes about color that will come into play when I get to coloring. So we're not going to worry about that just yet. Alright. Red eyes, pale skin, red lipstick, red tear marks under eyes, hair brownish red, freckles, plump lips, white neck ruffles, red center gem, gold around gem, puffy extravagant dress, sleeves dress, okay, corset piece, roses and thorns. Okay, so we got all this down. We got the dress and all the details it entails. We got the pose. We got the curly hair, we got the rose thingy, and the whole like she's a queen that can kill you vibes. So I feel like we covered 99% of it other than the wings and the rune thing. So I feel like I got everything. If I did miss any details at all, please let me know. But we got the ruffly sleeves, poofy dress, all these nice textures, a lot of rose and thorn theme. We got the little vampire-y, evil cape thingy behind her head. I don't know what that thing's called, but you know what I mean. So now I'm going to design the wings. So I'm going to make a whole layer separate just for the wings. And then we'll do the rune thingy. And I'm not going to do that as a rough sketch because that would just take forever. Like I want to just actually get it drawn and then use it in the final drawing instead of drawing it and then redrawing it. So let us attempt. So first things first, we got our wings. And I like these ones, so I'm going to use this as my base. And I only need to do half of the wings, so I'm gonna erase, like delete the other half. Because I'm gonna be changing these enough. Like, I want to make them, you know, original. So let's just move these wing pieces around a little bit. Lower the opacity. And I'm going to free draw. So I'm gonna make like the wings have a little bit of a thorny element as well, you know, because we're going with that whole rose theme. And then once I get one half drawn, then I can just copy, paste, flip the other. Oh hey, I could show you art I made of Farron. Since Commander Munt is talking up his character so much, at least I could show you his human form. Because I did a portrait, a bust portrait of him. He's a dapper gentleman in his human form. There he is. Isn't he adorable? Oh shoot, is WoW live now? Oh man. Like, I can't wait to... Like I said, I probably wasn't gonna get on there and make my Drakthir and stuff, because I gotta do... You know, I gotta do work. Work before play. Work before play. That is the important thing. But I will be making my Drakthir when I can, that's for sure. Like, I definitely want to mess around with all the character customization and just see, like, what I could put together. Yeah, let us know how, like, Evoker plays when you get to start messing around with it. Because I'm very curious to know. It's exactly what was revealed so far that I've seen. Very excited. Sweet. Hold down and release. Twice. Huh. Maybe it's something you gotta set up in the settings somewhere, too? I don't know. Not sure. Oh, I see. So, what do you think of my thorn idea for the fairy wings so far? All right. And of course it'll look a lot better once it's got like shading and coloring and all that good stuff. Yeah, I am gonna be spreading it out. This is just like the first layer. So like once I finish this layer, I plan to like copy it and add on to it kind of thing. Like that's what I meant. Like I'm taking the reference wing and I'm just drawing over it but adding my own details and then gonna be expanding on it. So it is going to be wider and bigger like the reference you sent. Let's see, which layer was that? Like that. It's going to have a lot more stuff to it. Right now what I'm doing is, you know, I'm trying to select inside of all these little things so that I can make a fill layer, which will make coloring it a lot easier. So, like, I'm gonna tackle that now before I do anything to ruin it. Ooh, that looks pretty dang good. Alright, let's close this stuff. what do you think of the wings so far? Yay! Awesome. I'm just gonna merge these layers here. Alright, and now I have to do the rune theme-a-bobber. But first, I'm gonna run downstairs and get a drink because I ran out of drink like 40 minutes ago. And I'm thirsty. So I will be right back. back. Sorry about that. I wanted to also get a snack, so I had some cheese sticks and Pop-Tarts. And then Bibble wanted cheese. So I am ready to start drawing the heart rune thingy, and then I'm going to work on refining the sketch. Bibble is doing very well, thank you. You know, she's just a bibbly bibble. She does her thing. Alright, let's see here. Let's make a layer. Rune. Heart. We'll say heart rune. Still a vicious monster? Yes. Yes, she is. Like, if you annoy her or you pet her when she doesn't want to be pet, she lets you know. Because that is what a bibble do. Okay, let us get our references for this thingy-mabob. And again, same thing that I did with the wings. With this heart filigree thing, I will be, altering it to make it different from the reference and make it my own thing. So the idea here is, again, give it like filigree but with thorns, and then like the middle heart you described as kind of being like painted blood splatter floating there, so I think I understand the idea behind it. So what I'm going to do is use the symmetry tool for this. So everything I draw on one side will be reflected on the other side, which will be good for the filigree. There's the Bibble. Just like clockwork, she knew we were talking about her. So she has come to visit. Hi, Bibble. That looks pretty cool. What do you think? Alright. Do you want it to be bigger or like, I don't know what the scale of it's supposed to be. Bit bigger. Okay, I will blow it up a bit. You just like let me know when kind of deal. How's that? Alright. Okay, so now that we got the wings and we got the rune, I am going to be lowering the opacity of the first sketch and redrawing over it and just like making it a little bit tidier, like, you know, nicer ruffles and stuff. Because, man, that first sketch is very rough. Alright. It's looking promising. Thank you. Also, I didn't draw her feet because, like, her feet would be, like, pretty much hidden under that giant skirt. No feet needed. Alright, so we're gonna start at the top with her hair, and we're actually gonna make her hair look the way it's supposed to look. Simple. I just saw that. Googling spiral curls. Let's see. Here we go. I just needed like a closer up reference. I'm like, how does this look? So, like, that's what I'm trying to draw, and I'm like, it's not quite coming out the way it's supposed to. See, now that doesn't look like a veil, that looks like hair. Took a candid screenshot with Dad's kids. Rathian is looking extra punchable. Oh dear. Yeah, I was actually gonna ask him, like, are you gonna post it in, like, glamour shots or the video games channel? Oh, nice. He's got teenager bad teeth phase. He looks happy, doesn't he? Like Rathion is just like, yay, dragons. He's like, it's my expansion, finally. Welcome back! Sorry, I have my mic off because I'm like listening to my copyright music. And you know, I don't want it to show up on the stream because I don't want to get a copyright strike from YouTube. So, like, I need good music when I work, man, and this, like, copyright free, royalty free stuff just doesn't cut it. Like, I could only take so much of it. Like, to get in the zone, I need good music. But, so far, I think this is coming out really nice. I'm a little concerned about, you know, the budget for this project is 8 hours, and, like, I'm at almost 3 hours. Like, I'm at 2 hours and 40 minutes of labor, and we're not even done with the sketch part yet, so I'm just like, oh my god. Like, when you tacked on the wings and the rune above her head, and, like, I didn't realize with all the ruffles from the dress and everything, like, this is a really ornate picture. This is, like, a $220 picture. And I only charged you base price. So, I am going to do my damned best to get this done in the 8-hour limit and not go over budget. So, luckily, like, all the rose brushes and everything, you know, saved me a lot of time, because if I had to draw every individual rose, that would have been like, eek. But yeah, I'm like, oh my god, this is a lot. If we're running out of time, you could remove the wings. Well, I already drew the wings, it'd kind of be like, no point in taking them out now. Like, I already filled in the color layer and everything. The wings are pretty much done. Like, there's no shoving that cat back in the bag. But yeah, I'm just like thinking about it and I'm like, okay. Like, the upper part, all of this up here is highly detailed, but going down to the skirts, it shouldn't be so bad, so yeah. But holy moly, this was an undertaking. So if there's any shortcuts that I can take in terms of the drawing to speed it up, I will, but yeah. I'm just trying to, you know, make sure I stay within the budget. And it's probably going to happen in the coloring phase. Like, I'm probably going to color a little bit rougher, a little bit more slapdash, I don't want to say. Like, it'll still look good, but it's not going to be like, I don't know. We'll see when we get there. We're not even there yet. We got to get the sketch done first. We could leave the last layer of the dress to be simple without the patterns. Well, like I said, the patterns are no problem because they're just a brush, like, or like a Clip Studio thing. Like, I literally just pop them in there. I didn't have to draw any of it, so that doesn't really take up any extra time. But it was like just so many like little details, like all the ruffles in the lace, the ruffles of her sleeves. There's all these ruffles on her skirts, like, and the wings and this thingy up here. Like, it's a lot. But we are going to move forward. Like I said, we're at like 2 hours and 40 minutes. So we'll just say, like, we got, you know, 5 more hours or so. But once it goes over the 5-hour mark, then, you know, well, then I'm losing money. But I'm gonna try not to go over 8 hours, so. Like, I work pretty fast, so, you know, I should be able to do it. Should be. But that's also, like, why I have the mic off a lot, because, like, if I'm just focused drawing and I'm not, like, farting around, then, you know, I get stuff done quicker. So I do apologize if I'm being quiet and not talking a lot because I'm trying to be focused, so. I don't know if will be able to like finish the whole thing today though. Like I might have to work on this again on Thursday if like, you know, I don't finish all the coloring and everything. Do you still lose time by having to sketch the rose patterns and coloring the wings? Removing them should reduce your real-time consumption. No, like I said, the rose patterns, like I don't have to sketch them in or anything. I literally just click and boom, they're there, you know. I don't have to do anything with those. It's just a brush. I just wham bam, thank you ma'am. That's why I downloaded them, so I can literally just go like this. See that? I didn't have to draw that. The brush did it for me. And it's going to be white on the red skirt, so what I'll be doing is like having this on a separate layer, and all I gotta do is just say edit, change color to white. And you can't see it, but it's white, so if it was on top of a red background, let's see, hang on a minute. You'll see what I mean in a second. See? Like, it would really be super easy to do the white rose and thorn pattern on the red skirt. Like, that took like 2 seconds, so I'm not worried about that. I think mostly the concern is like because everything is so ornate, like the sketch is gonna take some time, but also coloring this is going to be rather tedious. So like no matter, even if you took away the wings, like I already set up the wings to be colored instantly, which is why I have this layer here. So it's gonna be really easy. Like the wings are practically done. Like there's not a whole lot I gotta do with them. Like, I can add some easy shading and highlights, no problem. It's coloring all the little details, like all the shading and the highlights of all the little ruffles and the buttons and stuff. That's where the time is gonna soak. When I get to the skirt part, though, this is actually gonna be pretty quick for coloring because it's like very large shapes. So I just gotta do big blocks of shading and highlights. So I feel like once I get down here, it's gonna be a breeze. It's just tackling all these little details up here that's gonna be, you know, like right now, just all this time I'm spending drawing all the ruffles from the sleeves, like that's eating up, all the ruffles from the lace on the dress and everything is eating up more time than anything else, so. But it has to be consistent and it has to be detailed and it has to be nice, so I will keep plugging away at it, like if I just, you know, pay attention. I'm pretty sure I can do it. Oops, I accidentally changed my color. Like, I have faith that I can do it, because I've gotten really fast. I've pulled off some, like, rather ornate projects, like with crazy armor and stuff, and I've done it in record times, so like I should be able to get this thing done in 8 hours. Normally a picture like this would take like 12 hours to do of this like level of detail, so. But like I said, I've gotten a lot faster from just doing, like, popping out so much art every month, like doing, you know, 30 to 40 pictures a month for the past 2 years. I've gotten a lot faster at drawing, which is good because that means I'm more efficient with time. And that means I can do high quality work and charge people less money because, you know, the one thing I don't want to do is be like, yeah, a picture like this is going to be $500 because it's going to take me 20 days to do. Like, no. I work fast so I can charge, you know, reasonable prices. At least I hope they're reasonable. I mean, I live in New York and cost of living here is really expensive, so... Like, I know for most people, when it comes to commissioning me, they usually go for the bust portrait sketch for $20, because, like, that's the cheapest thing I offer, so that's the majority of the work I get. Like, not too many people go for colored stuff, because my colored projects are, like, usually in the $200 range or close to it, so a lot of people don't have that kind of budget for art. And I totally get it, like, I don't either. I can't afford to commission an artist. That's why it's nice that I can do art, so, like, if I ever want a picture, I can just make it myself. It just takes a lot of time, that's all. But anyway, yeah, I just wanted to give you a heads up that, you know, the budget for the picture's 8 hours, so, like, when I get to the coloring part, you know, I'm gonna try and work very fast and still, like, make the overall outcome nice, but, you know, like I said, I'm gonna do my best to stay within budget. But I always let people know just in case. I wish I could draw, but I neither have the time nor energy to get good at drawing. It takes so much, like, when it comes to, like, how much time it takes to get good at drawing, it takes a lifetime, honestly. Like, this is one of those things that you do because you are really driven and passionate to do it, and you put hundreds of thousands of hours into it. And you study and you learn and, you know, you practice a lot. So it's definitely a focus intense kind of thing to do. Like, making art takes tremendous mental focus. Like, it's actually, like, it can be really mentally draining, which is why, you know, a lot of artists get burnt out. And that's also why I force myself to take the last week off of every month, because it is super mentally draining. Like, it's enjoyable to do, but it's also, like, stressful because you're problem solving, like, constantly. Like, for right now, like, I'm like, oh, I drew that thumb a little bit too long. Like, you're constantly looking at something and you're seeing everything. You're seeing what's right, you're seeing what's wrong, you're seeing what needs to be adjusted, and then you have to zoom out and you have to look at the entire picture and be like, okay, is everything looking right? Is there anything I need to fix? Like, how's my line weight variation? Are the details popping out that I want to have pop out? And, you know, when you do so many hours of this and you do this every day, your brain starts to kind of, like, cook in your skull. And, like, when you're sleeping, you're drawing in your sleep and you see, like, you're literally problem solving even when you're resting. Like, your brain is in problem solving mode. And sometimes you're thinking about projects and you're like, oh man, I should have done this instead. Or, oh, I really need to go back and fix that. It really bothers me. So, like, that's how it feels anyway. It feels like your brain is cooking in your skull. Because you're working it very hard. So, while, like, making art is not a physically demanding job, because you're just sitting, you know, on your butt, it's a very mentally taxing job. And nowadays, like, it's really hard to have, like, really good focus because, you know, our attention is constantly, like, pulled in many different directions, like YouTube and social media and, like, you know, multitasking and all that, so it's like it's even harder now to just sit down and like focus on something. Like I definitely feel it, like all the hours I've spent scrolling Instagram and just like mindlessly watching a bunch of YouTube videos, like my attention span is shot. Like I can't even read a book. But luckily I still have an attention span for doing art, but man, I can tell you some days it's so hard. Like some days I don't have any focus at all. I'm like ADHD, and like drawing just feels like tremendously difficult, even though it shouldn't. Luckily though, today is not one of those days. Like my focus is on point today, and I'm actually like really proud of this drawing so far. Like I think it looks so good. And I'm really excited to get this posted up on the internets and be like, look what I drew. This is one of those like show off pieces. It does look gorgeous. Yay! Alright, so now we're at the point where the drawing is going to speed up a lot, so the skirts are going to be a little easier. So here we go. We got through the hardest part. Alright. So it took us 3 hours to draw this upper part. And now we're going to breeze through the skirts and the textures. And then we're going to add our sketchy shading lines on a separate layer and then sign it somewhere. And then the sketch part will be done, the simple sketch. Then we're going to start working on coloring. Now luckily she is, for color-wise, she's mostly 2 colors, just red and white. So that actually does help, like that is gonna simplify things because she's not like a million different colors. Not like a ton of stuff I gotta worry about there. So that is good. Alright, let's get some bunches in the fabric here. Also, I will say these are my favorite kind of commissions. Like, I just love drawing really pretty characters with, like, gorgeous outfits, you know? And I actually really love doing extravagant details. Like, I get so into it. I enjoy. Like, this is my jam right here, you know? You've been getting a lot of commissions like that from me. Yeah, I think for the Angelite one, the challenge was the background, like all the flowers and stuff. That was tough. It came out really nice. But like, if I had all the time in the world, I would have literally like drawn every single one of those flowers individually and colored them all in. But, like, you know, we didn't have the budget for that, so I had to take shortcuts. But, oh my god, I spent so much time on that background with those flowers. Get another one eventually because I have another villain character to throw at the players in my DMs. You meant campaigns. Oh. Playing villains must be a lot of fun. Like, I only have like I don't know, I have a problem where I have villains and then they end up turning good. Or, like, they get redemption arcs, you know? Because I don't like killing my characters. I love them too much. Even the bad ones. My commissions have been filling up my bench roster in my D&D campaign. Hee hee. Yeah, you got a lot of characters, so... You know, I haven't even drawn all of my own characters. I mostly draw Amalthera more than anything. But, yeah. Playing villains properly, absolutely, it's super fun. Some of my villains get so many redemption arcs. Yeah, because it's like, you know, I wanna keep them, and I don't want them to just die because they're terrible. Like, I have one villain who is irredeemable, and he's, like, meant to die. He's meant to be, like, a wraith boss, like a final boss kind of thing. And that's Vargoth, my warlock. Like, he's irredeemable, so, like, he's cannon fodder. It's okay for him to die. He's bad, and he has to go. I've used him in, like, so many RPs. I also have another villain. Well, she was a villain. She was a Fellborn. Basically one of the Nightborns that got into the Fell magic. So, like, where they look kind of demony and stuff. But she even got a redemption arc, so she's, like, good now. Her name is Camille Dubois. Such a French name. You know, 'cause Nightborn. Yes, Camille Dubois. She's gorgeous, too. Like, she is super pretty. Sherry Monroe is also a French-inspired name. I like it. Mon chéri. Also, like, if I pronounce things wrong, because, like, I don't know how to pronounce anything French at all. Like, I took Spanish in high school, and then I took Japanese throughout the end of high school and college, so... Her name is hard to pronounce, and I have no idea how to give a proper pronunciation in writing. Like, when I see Chérie, like, I imagine the CH is pronounced like an SH. But I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't even try to not design them gorgeous. My characters are always gorgeous. I kind of feel that way too. Like, you know, my characters gotta be good looking. Shitty Monroe. It's the best. Is it like Shiari? Shiari? I just imagine it like cherry, kinda. But with a sh. I got ideas for more average or intentionally grotesque characters. I have like, you know, just some characters that have like one guy is missing his leg. Philendriel, Amma's adopted father. And then I have another character who is blind in one eye. You know, stuff like that. Like, they're still really good-looking characters, but they have some battle damage, basically. Ooh, that sounds cool. Shadow character, I like. I definitely like. Oh, my copyright-free music ended. I need to find more. No copyright fantasy music. Here we go. Whoa, she sounds like super creepy. I love it. She also sounds like she'd be really hard to draw. But she sounds amazingly terrifying. I like it. She's pretty simple in terms of details. She still sounds super scary. Like she's giving me nightmares. Like any character that you have to run away from that you can't fight is like super bad news. She almost massacred 2 players today. They were brought down to 25 HP. Oh man. So I'm guessing this is like all D&D campaigns. Me and Mike wanted to try to play D&D. We even bought like the starter edition. We opened up the box and we're like, oh my god, this is complicated. There's so many rules. And we got overwhelmed and then we never went back. We're like, we don't know what we're doing. You do them on Epsilon. That's cool. So you guys get to have like visuals and stuff. Very neat. I have Yoo-hoo. Gotta love Yoo-hoo. Good stuff. Okay, so I've decided on one quick thing to do to help speed up the lady here. So I still want to have lace on the bottom skirts to balance it with the top of the dress. However, I am going to forego the lace that goes on this layer going down, and I'm just going to have it on this upper layer. So that'll save a little bit of time, you know, having to draw more lace. And it'll still look really nice, so. I gotta thicken up some of the lines here. But yeah, the lower half of the skirt is, you know, a lot quicker overall, because there's not a lot of tiny details going on down here with the fabric. And don't think that all the lines of the fabric folds is anything complicated. That's easy peasy. See, I had ideas for a character with something of a golden child of his hometown. Typically he's going places. Was squire to a famous knight, was kind and handsome, and everyone adored him. But while exploring some caves, there is a collapse which drops him in the Undark, where he's captured by a mind flayer and had a tadpole inserted? That doesn't sound right. I'm like, what? But before the transformation occurred, there was an attack by Drow which led him to taking a blow to the head and killing it. See, I don't know the D&D lore, so it's like, what? So mind flayers put tadpoles in your brain or something? Is that what I'm reading here? Because that just sounded very strange. I'm like, what? What? He can end up as a halfling from that? This will leave him with head trauma that twists his facial nerves into a twisted smile to the point that the lips tear at the edges. Eek. So this will give him psychic abilities, but now twisted appearance, and knowing what happened to him made the people of his town fear him to the point of running him out of town. So now he wears a helmet that obscures his face, and he only communicates through telepathy. Aw, I feel so sad for him. That's so terrible. Oh my god, what a... Jeez, poor guy. Much sad. I don't think I have any characters that wear masks, like, to hide their faces for any reason. Most of my characters are, just fairly normal looking. A lot of elves. Like, I don't really have too many, disfigured characters or characters that are haunted in some way. Like, sure, I got characters that have trauma, but, you know, nothing they can't overcome. Having a tadpole inserted turns you into a mind flayer? Oh wow. Such poor guy. At least he didn't wind up turning into a mind flayer. So there's that. Aw, snap. She be looking gorgeous. Like, she's just so pretty. I'm gushing over my drawing. Like, it's so good. I got to draw such a pretty dress and pretty fairy wings. Like, these are all the things that I really enjoy. And all the lace. Oh, I love the lace. Ah, so nice. Now it's time to do the sketchy shading lines, and that will complete the line art portion of the sketch, and then everything after that is all coloring. So woo woo. So we're at 3.5 hours of labor so far, because I take out like the half hour where I took a break. So for 3.5 hours, this ain't bad, considering I drew this whole thing here and it's super ornate. So that'll leave us with like, when I'm done with the sketchy lines, maybe 4 hours for coloring. So I'm just gonna color as quickly as I possibly can. Like, let's learn how to get real painterly up in his house. We're speed painting this. Speed painting! Which, you know, considering most of her dress is just fabric, like, fabric is really easy to paint. Like, the skirts are gonna be easy. It's just shadow and highlight. But yeah, let's get those sketchy lines going, and then I will send you the file. And we'll proceed from there. she is too pretty. We're gonna sue you because she's too pretty. Dude, you know what would be really cool? If they, like, turned this into a doll. Like, this would be a really good design for a doll. Like a Monster High Ever After High kind of doll. Yeah. I would buy it. Now I want a chibi Sherry. No, my money. Oh, wait till you see on Thursday when I do my chibi WoW sticker stream. Like, I haven't gotten to draw chibis since I designed my dancing Amma on the mailbox, so it's been a while. Like, I definitely could do some chibi stuff. But yeah, I had my patrons vote, and they voted for Vol'jin, Thalyssra, Lorthamar. Let's see. Let me look at my list here. I have a patrons only channel, so people who regularly subscribe to my Twitch or Patreon get access to the patrons channel. And they voted. Okay, here's the list: Vol'jin, Thalyssra, Lorthamar, Theron, Bane, Bloodhoof, Kiro, Gen Greymane, Malfurion, Stormrage, and then of course I put in my own: Sylvanas, Tyrande, Thrall, and Jaina. Because like I want to do, you know, the main Horde and Alliance leader characters. So that's gonna be for my Chibi WoW sticker project. I am not a subscriber, but I buy art often. Same. I think I promoted Commander Munt to... I believe I promoted you to Absolute Legends rank because you commission me so much. But, like, you're always, like, hiding. You're always offline, so we never get to see you with your pretty orange color. Let me see... Yeah, I did. I promoted you. So technically, I know I've been so scramble-headed, but that does mean that, you know, you're eligible to be mailed a $60 goodie package of my Comic-Con merch if you wanted it. And I just, like, you and Druzane both got promoted, and I completely forgot to, like, tell either of you. Like, if you want me to mail you stuff... That's part of being an absolute legend rank. And for you, Cinnamon Roll, you're working your way there for sure. So basically, I have prints, stickers, magnets, button pins, all that kind of stuff. So when people hit the absolute legends rank, which is people who either give me really generous tips or are just very, very supportive or just, you know, over time give me lots of financial support in the way of, you know, many commissions and what have you. And I'm talking like pricey commissions, not just like $20 sketches or whatever. They get promoted to that rank. So it's essentially like all the people who really help support my living and pay my bills, for a long period of time, get that role. And then I mail them some goodies if they want it. I still gotta frame up and hang my stuff. Yeah, like I've sent the goodies to Babone, and I've sent them to Savannah Knowledge and Chompette. I've had a couple people who, like, got the legendary rank, but they didn't want anything, so they didn't get any stuff mailed to them. And also, this is only for people that are in the contiguous United States, because, like Curse of Insanity has legendary, but he lives in Australia, and the shipping is insanely expensive. Like, I wanted to ship him some stuff, and the shipping was like $106, so I was like, I'm really, really sorry, dude, but, like, I can't spend $106 to mail you some pancakes and stuff from America. I was gonna send him some pancake mix and syrup, maple syrup and stuff like that, but, like, the price of the shipping was just insane. It's like literally $15 worth of stuff and then $106 to ship it, and I'm like, no, I can't, man, I can't do it. So yeah, like, I have a few people that hit the Absolute Legends rank. Not all of them can necessarily get the goodie package, either because they don't want it or because they don't live in the US. But anybody who got legendary rank that does want the goodie package, just DM me and I will send you pictures of what I got, and you can pick from my stuff what you want and I'll mail it. And of course you have to, trust me with your address info. You don't have to give me your real name, I don't think, because for shipping stuff I could just put, like, your online alias if you don't want to trust me with your name. But I will need your address, so there's that. That's another reason some people who get the rank don't want anything, because they're afraid that, I have their personal information or whatever. Even though I swear on my life I would never stalk you and I would never sell your info or do anything untoward whatsoever. I just want to mail you some art. Like, I promise I'm not a stalker. Narrows eyes. Yeah, you don't trust me? You think I'm a stalker? Like, I'm gonna find out every single thing about you. I'm gonna, like, go to your house and, like, stare in your window. And I'm gonna, like, hold up a bag and be like, I just want to give you art. And then you're gonna jump up and scream like, oh my god, she's here. Please just take my art. That sounds like the plot to a horror movie. I know what you do behind closed DMs. That's funny. Hee hee hee. Anyway, what was I getting at here? I know I started by talking about, like, patrons and WoW sticker thing. And that's what I was on. And then somehow I got into the whole legendary rank and mailing people stuff. But yeah, Thursday I start the Chibi WoW sticker project. And once I'm finished with that, I'm going to be, like, attempting to actually learn how to use my Cricut machine and, actually make stickers, and then put the stickers up for sale on my Ko-fi shop. So I also am slowly but surely getting my prints up for sale on Ko-fi as well, because I want to, like, I want to start actually selling prints of my art. online instead of just like waiting for Comic-Con, which is only like twice a year here. And you know, we'll see if it works out, like if people want to buy prints at all. I don't know. Would be nice, you know. I got all these prints laying around. I got this gigantic, amazing printer, and I would like to make some prints. So also, I don't know if you guys know this, but like a couple people who've commissioned me did want to also get prints of the art, like physical prints to mail them. So I know I never really mention it, but it's always an option. Like my printer can do up to 11 by 17 poster size prints. So like if you ever wanted, you know, a big ass poster of a commission that you got, you can get it. It's basically $20 for an 11 by 17 glossy print plus shipping. Shipping is typically $8 to $12 depending on, you know, where you live. I wish the shipping was cheaper, but like, you know, I gotta buy the tube mailer and stuff, so at most the print will be like $35 altogether with shipping. Which I know is a lot of money, but you know, it's not my fault shipping is so expensive. It just is. But yeah, just throwing that out there, like, I do make poster prints. Like, I have a very expensive, fancy, awesome printer. And shout out to IO Mike because he's the one who bought it for me, investing in my art business. We love a cute printer. Yeah, I have it's like an Epson Eco Tank, so it doesn't have cartridges, thank God, because cartridge printers suck. Like, basically, when you have a cartridge printer, you're just being ripped off. Like, it's cheaper to just, when you run out of ink, just buy another printer. Especially because what I would have happen a lot is my cartridges would dry out before I, you know, fully used them. So, like, I was paying like $60 for ink cartridges, and then I'd only get like 30 prints out of it. And if I didn't use it all up, the ink would dry up. So it was like throwing money away. And I was so angry. Yeah, it was just terrible how expensive the ink was. But now with like the Eco Tank printer, like I've been using it for, I don't know, 2 years now maybe? I think I got it in like 2020 or 2019 maybe. And I still haven't had to change the ink yet. Like, it has these reservoirs, and you pour the bottles of ink in. And I've done so many prints, and it's not even halfway empty. I don't know how many prints I made, but like that ink goes a long way. So like that really pays for itself, right there. And I do have refill bottles too, so when the ink finally does get really low, I can just pour more in. And I'm good to go. I do need to get a new button pin maker though, which is gonna suck because the really good one is like 400, almost $500 altogether with tax. So major ouch. But luckily, I will say at Comic-Con, button pins sell like hotcakes. Like my very first button pin maker was like $148, and I made that money back so quick. I think like within one Comic-Con event, I sold enough button pins to make the money back. So it paid for itself. Now, if I buy a $500 button pin maker and I list pins online and they don't sell, then that's a problem. It's always so much harder to sell this stuff online. Because, you know, like it's one of those things where it'll sell in person at a Comic-Con, but yeah, it won't sell on the internet. I had an Etsy store for like almost 10 or 12 years, and I almost never sold anything on Etsy, and it was so infuriating. And you know, with Ko-fi, like there's no guarantee that I'm gonna sell anything either, but hey, at least I can try. I actually was, I had an idea for a YouTube video that I want to make. But, you know, I always have ideas, but whether or not I do it is another story. Because I hate video editing, like, a lot. It's tedious and time consuming. And, like, with my schedule, I don't even have time to do it. So it's like a pipe dream to even think about it. Like, yeah, I want to make videos for YouTube. With what time? But anyway, so like I had a conversation with Mike last night, and he kept telling me, he's like, well, you know, you gotta try and make more fan art, and like whenever you get something that hits it off big, like on Twitter or Instagram or whatever, then you gotta go with the flow. Like, for example, I made you know, my Inktober's, the Arcane pictures, Caitlin and Vi did really, really good. And then the Vox Machina one, for some weird reason on Instagram, Pike, the halfling, did super well. Like, just got like 500 likes, which for me, that's a lot. Like, I don't usually get more than maybe 30 likes at most on any social media platform. So for a piece of my art to get 500 likes, it's like, okay, I must have done something right here. But yeah, like Io was like, you know, you need to just keep, you know, going with the flow. With when something strikes it big, you gotta run with it and make like more fan art of whatever that thing is. But then I told him, I'm like, you know, but honestly, this has never been working. And I'm talking about like, growing, you know, the social media following, like hoping that you get lucky where you have like a piece of art or something that gets so popular that a lot of people suddenly follow you and everything. Like, I have been beating this dead horse with a stick for like 18 years. Like, I have been posting my art on DeviantArt and then Tumblr and then Instagram and then Twitter, like every kind of social media art site that there is. I was even posting to, you know, Facebook, Reddit, Fur Affinity, and you know, over the years I've posted up thousands of pieces of art. Like, let me check DeviantArt real quick. I'll tell you how much art. 2,456 pieces of art, okay? I have 2,456 pieces of art on DeviantArt. I have 1,059 pieces of art on Instagram right now, which is my more recent stuff from like 2016 till now. Whereas DeviantArt is, 18 years till now, so, not all good art. But anyway, so I was telling Mike last night, I was like, I have been trying for all these years to follow, fan art trends, whatever's popular on social media, but, also going with shows that I actually like. So it's like I've made, I made She-Ra fan art, I did a picture of Catra, I did Dragon Prince fan art, I drew a picture of Erebos, I've done Miraculous Ladybug fan art, I drew Ladybug and Cat Noir and Tiki and Plague. I have done, Sailor Moon fan art. For Inktober each year, I've done tons, 31 pictures every single year, ranging from everything from Disney to Monster High to freaking Scrat from Ice Age. I mean, I have made hundreds and hundreds of people's of fan art from so many different things, and it's really only this year that I had, the Arcane and the Vox Machina, just 3 pictures that did really well and got, 400 to 500 likes. So it kind of just it's frustrating because it's I'm putting so many hours into creating all this art, and I'm trying to create fan art, from lots of different things to see what sticks. It's like throwing, this thing at a wall hoping it'll stick somewhere, and nothing ever really does. And even if something does hit and it gets a couple hundred likes like those pictures did, it doesn't really lead to anything else. They don't follow through with call to action, I always post links and stuff everywhere, hey, join my Discord, or I'm open for commissions. It doesn't really lead to anything, and it doesn't really lead to more people following me and growing my social media following as a whole. So even when I have a couple pieces of fan art that seem like they did okay, 500 likes doesn't really do much for me at the end of the day. I mean, it's nice, I guess, that a lot of people liked that piece I drew, but likes don't pay the bills. And so it's always really disappointing, It's I'm trying so hard for so many years to grow the following, and I just stagnate all the time. And on Instagram, I've been stuck at 890 something followers. It's I can never get higher. I just want to get to 1,000 followers on there, and it just doesn't happen. And I lose followers all the time. So this is why I was telling Mike, I was maybe this whole thing is not working, and I need to try a completely different strategy, because I know he's comparing it to Sakimi-chan and a lot of other artists who they draw fan art, and it, they get it, they make a big hit, and then they wind up with thousands of patrons on Patreon, and they make good money every month just making fan art and doing whatever they want. And I'm while that would be the dream, that could be me, I'm clearly not making a big hit. I'm not making a splash, as it were. So I have to always, rethink my strategies. And so far doing World of Warcraft art and commissions is working because it's actually making me income. but it's one of those things where it's like I know I need to branch out and do more stuff too. Let me see, Savannah Knowledge said a bunch of things. Let me read what you said. If you only go off what people put the most love on in social media, you're actually limiting your reach. It's better to cater to multiple fan bases so you keep a varied interest. As soon as you start bandwagoning a trend, you fall behind fast because you're not competing in a single field. Mirror Daddy. And you start losing fans who might have wanted something else. It's genuinely destructive for a fan art artist to follow a single fan base devotedly. So my rule when it comes to fan art is I only draw fan art for things that I'm really passionate about. So whenever I do those Inktober's and stuff, like I'm not doing it to jump on a trend bandwagon. I'm doing it because like those are shows I actually really love. Like, I won't draw My Hero Academia fan art, even though that show is, like, really, really popular. And at Comic-Con, everybody that walks by my table is like, do you have any My Hero Academia? And I'm like, nope. Like, sorry, this ain't your table. Like, there's a million other tables with My Hero Academia. Like, I'm gonna have to go somewhere else for that. But, yeah, I always try to stay true to myself. So, you know, I'm not gonna go, like, I don't do what Sakimi-chan does, where she literally chases trends, and, like, as soon as something becomes popular, she immediately does pinups. Like, Persona 5 got really popular, so she's got, like, On Takamaki pinups, and, you know, Joker pinups, and Final Fantasy VII Remake came out, and all of a sudden she's doing pictures of Tifa and Aerith and Cloud and, you know, all of them, and Animal Crossing is suddenly huge, so now she's drawing like the Animal Crossing characters in her style. It's like, I highly doubt that Sakimi-chan really passionately loves all these different things. Like, there's not enough time in the day to consume all of that media. But, you know, the thing that gets me is, like, she is one of the most successful artists around. She makes, like, $40,000 a month. And she sells, like, you know, these really detailed painted pinups of just all kinds of fan art characters. Like, there is nothing she hasn't made fan art from. Like, the most recent thing I saw from her was some cyberpunk fan art based on that new cyberpunk anime that just came out on Netflix. Like, as soon as something comes out, she is on it. Like lightning fast. I don't know how she does it, really. But, you know, that's not me. That's not how I work. So, let's see. Reading up here. Do something you know and enjoy and will put the effort into and know your style suits. Like, going trend to trend works if you enjoy it. Art more than what you draw. But the issue is, if you're more focused on making art than being passionate about what you draw, then what you're doing is literally the same as, like, the very companies that are starting the trends. Yeah, like, I feel like people can sense when you're doing something for, like, money and greed, and you're not doing it for the passion and the love of the thing that you're doing. And this is something Mike has brought up to me many, many times, you know, because, like, I do, like, hyper fixate on money and finances and stuff, because money has always been, like, my biggest woe in life. It's like, you know, I never have enough of it, and I want to move up in life and, you know, achieve better things. But, like, when I do create my art, like, I love what I do. Like, I genuinely love what I do. I love drawing people's characters and, you know, making fan art and Inktober's every year for things that I like. It's just, you know, it makes me enough money to live, but it doesn't make me enough money to, like, get out of HUD housing, you know, like, get my own home, and that kind of stuff. So, and Mike has been studying my finances, and he's found that, like, I have been stagnating. Like, I make anywhere from, like, $1,200 to $2,000 a month on average, which is a lot better than when I worked at, Panera or Home Depot. Like, that's, it's not a bad living, but it's still, low income. And, I want to continue to improve my situation, but I'm always racking my brain, like, how can I improve my situation? Because I can only do so many commissions a month. And so far, everything is pointing to, I need to somehow find time to make YouTube videos, because everything else I've ever tried, like I said, to grow my following, just throwing fan art, throwing thousands of pieces of art out there, have not given me much growth in terms of, like, I don't have thousands of people following me. I don't have thousands of people in my Discord and, thousands of people subscribe to my Patreon or my Twitch or whatever. I don't have a large enough following of people to get the kind of passive income that I would need to be able to, like, move up in life, And that's kind of what I'm racking my brain working towards, because commissions are paying my bills. They're keeping the lights on, they're keeping the internet on, they're putting food on the table. But that's all. Like, I'm not making any extra. And a lot of months I'm kind of like in the negatives because, life is even more expensive, and the commissions, like, they help, but they're not enough. Even when I try to be really good with my spending, it's just groceries and gas and cat food, and everything is so expensive. So, like, if I make, $800 to $1,000, it's just not enough, unfortunately. So, yeah, I'm always just, like, racking my brain. I'm like, do I need to start licensing art? Like, make art for companies to be printed on merchandise? Do I need to start making YouTube videos? Like, what is the next step for me in addition to doing art commissions? Because just posting endless streams of, fan art all over social media for the past 18 years has never gotten me anywhere. So, you know what they say about the definition of insanity? It's like doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Like, I'm just not one of those artists who got lucky. Like, I didn't have any art go viral and have, like, thousands of people suddenly following me because I had a hit. Like, that just hasn't happened. And I can't really rely on that to happen. Because if it hasn't happened in 18 years, the chances of it happening are really, really slim. So, let's see what the chat has said. But you guys get what I'm coming from, Like, I've been doing this for so long, and, like, I post up all this artwork. Like, this picture right here, this phenomenal picture that I'm doing right now, I guarantee you I'm going to post this on Twitter, and I'm going to post all the best hashtags that I can think of to go with this. And if I'm lucky, this might get 4 likes, maybe a retweet, and that's it. For all the work I put in, for all the years of developing this skill to be able to draw that and to see, like, 4 likes and a retweet, it's so disheartening. It's like, if this isn't a known character and this isn't a fan art from something that's popular, like, nobody gives a crap. Like, I post this all over the place and it gets no attention. And that's just how it is. That's why I haven't even done my own personal projects. Like, I haven't done Shadows of Etheria because I don't have a big enough following to do my own thing and, get people interested in it. Like, I would be a sinking ship. I'd have no money. I couldn't pay my bills. So it's like, I can't pursue my passion project yet. Like, I still have a lot of faith. Like, I am someday going to get where I want to be. That's why I work so hard, because I always believe, I've worked my way up from super duper dire poverty to, like, living pretty comfortably. So it's like, I know I can get further, but I'm always just like, how? How do you do it? Like, how do you grow the following and get more people to, like, subscribe to your Twitch channel or your Patreon? Or, like, how do you get people to buy your art merchandise, your prints, like, on your Ko-fi shop? Like, how? What do I have to do to make this work, you know? It's like I laid the foundation over all these years. I have everything set up and ready to go. I have the printer, I have the button pins, I got the stickers, the magnets, the prints. You know, I have a Discord server, I have a Twitch, I have a Patreon, I have a website, I have all this stuff. It's taken me so many years to make all of this, but the people are not there. Like, I have everything there but the people. And it's just like, what do I gotta do? How? How do I get the people? You know? I don't know. If you grill it, they will come. I need to, like, pull out a big old barbecue grill. And just, like, you know, holler from the rooftops. Come check out my art. But man, let me tell you, like, for me, this is the biggest challenge to being a freelance artist. It's just, like, getting a following. Like, a good size following to the point where you're supported financially, completely. Like, I watch a lot of the art YouTubers, and they, like, share their finance stuff, and a lot of them make, like, you know, on the low end, they make, like, $6,000 to $7,000 a month. Which, you know, if I was making $6,000 a month, I could totally get a house. I could afford a mortgage for sure. Like, that would be amazing. That would cover my bills and everything. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, sorry about being ranty, but this is something that keeps me awake at night. For the past 18 years, it's kept me awake at night. Let's see. So Savannah said, the very companies that are starting trends, you're just wanting to get attention and make money, not make money doing something you love. Focusing on making money isn't inherently bad. It's the fact you still put the passion into it and that the money is a reward, not the reason. Exactly. Then Commander Muntz says, yup. I've had more than a few commissions that turned out nowhere near the quality I knew the artist could do. You could see the drastic difference between their personal prints quality versus commissions, which show they don't put the same level of work into someone's commission versus their own work. And see, I actually do. Like, I put my highest level of quality into every project I do, whether it's a personal project or a commission, because I actually do care. Like, you know, every piece of art I make that I put out into the world represents me as a person, and it represents, you know, my business, and I want to get people to, like, support me and follow me and join my community and like my work. So I make sure that everything I create is the best quality that I can possibly do. So, yeah. But like I said, it's always just disheartening, though, that I know that when I post this picture online, that it's not going to get, like, any likes, and I'm probably not going to get any new followers from it on, like, Instagram or Twitter. And that's what kills me. It's like, I don't understand. I'm like, what am I doing wrong? Because there's so many other artists that post art that's, like, really nice, high quality, and they have, like, thousands of followers. And my art, I would say, from, you know, currently my art is, like, on par, you know, with a lot of this high quality stuff. So I'm just like, I don't understand. Am I not doing, like, SEO correctly? Am I using the wrong hashtags? Am I posting at the wrong time of the day? Like, is it just the algorithm gods don't like me because I don't post 5 times a day. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I haven't known for the past 18 years what I'm doing wrong. Like, on DeviantArt, I was hoping that I'd at least have, like, a daily deviation or something, you know? I was like, my art not good enough to be a daily deviation? I don't know. So, like, when social media fails, you start to doubt yourself. You start thinking, well, maybe it's me. Like, maybe it's my art that's not good enough. Like, it's not high quality enough or something. I don't know. And, Mike pointed out, this is something that I absolutely know is true about my art. So, like, a lot of my art tends to be a little bit static and not super duper adventurous with the colors. Like, I don't draw a lot of really dynamic poses and, things like that. But still, for the work that I do, the quality is there. Even if the art itself might not be the most interesting, but maybe that's what it is. Like, maybe my art is just kind of boring, like static and not exciting enough, so people just kind of scroll by it and don't really pay it much attention. It's like, I don't really know. I don't know. Like, I know I need to experiment more. I could definitely learn how to do some digital painting, like try out different ways of coloring, for sure. Get back into practicing like dynamic lighting, maybe dynamic poses, more action-oriented poses. But I don't know. Again, it's like I can't quite figure it out. It's the one mystery, the mystery of the internet. Like, what is it that I've been doing wrong all these years where I'm not growing my following? I just don't know. Let's see. I'm reading the chat here. Daily deviations are heavily biased. Generally, they focus on artists who are paid/promoted. Wow, that sucks. I didn't know about that. And I mean, DeviantArt literally just added a supported AI bot. I did hear about that. That is very bad. That samples from their own site. That's literally self-destructive, lol. Okay, and now Twitter also requires you to pay for verification to not get drowned right now. Social media is literally cannibalizing itself, and art is being strangled on the internet. I feel that because, like, I've actually seen a bunch of artists that I follow on Instagram make reels, and the reels are basically saying how they hate making reels because that's what the algorithm wants now. It's like we have to turn everything into, like, videos. You can't just post still art anymore because the algorithm gods don't like still pictures. Like, still pictures are not exciting enough, And I hate making reels. Like, they're so confusing. I'm not really into video editing, and it's just like more time consuming, and then the payoff is nothing. Because the problem with like Instagram is they want content constantly. Like, you have to be pumping stuff out multiple times a day, every single day. And no artist can do that. Like, I'm sorry, man. Even when I was doing Inktober, like, I could do 1 picture a day. That's it. Like, I am not a factory that's producing content for a social media platform where it's just gonna get buried, and I get no payoff from it at all. Like, that doesn't strike me as a very good deal. Like, I'm really getting to the point where I'm just super fed up with social media. Like, I've been wasting my time posting my art on all these sites, and it just never got me anywhere. So that's part of the big mistake. Maybe I should just stop, like, putting my art on these sites, feeding the machine. Cause like, really getting people into Discord and, like, getting you people, to watch my streams and actually chat with me and hang out with me and get to know me, like, that has been so much better for my art and my self-esteem than, like, any of these social medias. Because, like, I know you guys actually care, you know, about me as a person, and you care about my artwork. And, like, you guys are the reason why, you know, I can live, like, as an artist. You know, you help me pay my bills and feed my Bibble cat, and I'm so grateful. Like, all the social media does is literally nothing. It just stresses me out. Like, Instagram, Twitter, DeviantArt, they have done literally nothing for me. They don't get me commissions. I don't get very many follows or likes or even comments. You know, it'd be nice if people would at least comment on the artwork, you know, like, let me know, like, hey, what do you think? Do you like it? Got any questions to ask me? Like, it's like you really can't engage with people on a, you know, a personal level on any of those websites. They're just so hollow and cold. And I don't like it at all. So there's probably going to come a day where I just say, like, I'm leaving social media. Like, I'm just abandoning it, you know? Find something better. Now, the reason why I'm considering YouTube, like, why I started streaming on YouTube and everything is because, you know, if my videos don't get, like, taken down for some reason, like copyright strikes or flagged for whatever, you know, something being inappropriate, if my videos actually stay up, they're up forever, so people can, like, come across my videos years down the road, and they could potentially trend, and then, you know, people can actually find me, and I could put, like, links to my Discord server in the description to the video, so I could always build a community. And this actually works because there's this art YouTuber who I watch, and, like, I actually was just watching one of her videos, and she mentioned her Discord, and I decided, you know, to look in the description under the video, and I joined her Discord server, and, like, immediately I started meeting a lot of really nice artists, and, like, just sharing our artwork and chatting, and it was, like, a really nice community. And I'm like, man, this is what social media is lacking. It's lacking that connection that you need. Like, you know, art shouldn't be made in a vacuum. You should be able to, like, share your work with people and, like, communicate and chat with people, you know? Like, that is what it's all about. So, like, I figure maybe if I try that, like, you know, this chat I'm having with you guys right now, this is being recorded onto YouTube. So this video will be up on YouTube potentially forever. And people coming in, if they manage to get, you know, 5 hours into the video and hear me talking about all this, it might, you know, interest people. Like, there's a link down below in the description to my Discord server. Like, if you want to chat with me and get to know my community, you know, there it is, right? So, yeah. I'm just, you know, I'm always, like, trying to figure out what works. It's a puzzle. Being a freelance artist is just a never-ending puzzle. Like, how to get your work out there, how to get people to see it, and how to, like, actually interact with people who like your art. So, and I think I, you know, pretty much covered everything that I've been thinking. Let me see the chat here. Okay, so after Savannah Knowledge said social media is literally cannibalizing itself and art is being strangled on the internet, which I totally agree with you. It's not just you. And then Ellie says, huh, good thing I don't use social media. Man, you're lucky, seriously. If you don't use it, stay away from it. Elon Musk bought Twitter, yikes. Fired a huge amount of the staff, made verification a paid process. Why would he do that? And shut down the unneeded scripts, which includes the two-factor authentication code sender. So, oh yeah, Twitter has been a garbage fire lately, especially because, like, since people can pay for the verification thingy, a lot of people have been spoofing accounts, and that's been causing just a massive uproar. It's actually been kind of hilarious, honestly, for reals. It's like, as soon as Elon Musk bought Twitter, it was like, you know that meme with the little girl that's smiling and there's like a house on fire behind her? It's exactly like that. It's like we're just watching it all burn right now. And it's just kind of amusing. I don't know. I just kind of get a little bit of amusement out of watching billionaires go bankrupt. Like, Mark Zuckerberg is going bankrupt with the metaverse because he's dumped like $15 billion into it, and Facebook is starting to collapse, and Amazon is, collapsing, and everything, like, all these big corporations are like getting their comeuppance right now. So I think we're all feeling a little bit of schadenfreude, just like watching it burn and just kind of like, sitting around with our popcorn, just seeing how it all plays out, Alright, this line art part is done. So I am gonna post this to you, send it to you, and also post it in the server. Let's see what Babone said here, because I didn't completely catch up on the chat. Or Ellie said first. It might be just me, but I feel like DeviantArt kind of died. I don't know any one of my friends who ever has even looked on that website. And you are totally right. DeviantArt hasn't really been relevant for a long time now. Most artists moved on to Twitter and Instagram. There's also ArtStation, but ArtStation is really more of a, like, game developer art kind of website where people are posting their portfolios in hopes of getting hired for, working for game companies typically. So, yeah. And now Babone says, the only social media I have besides YouTube and Facebook is my account with a website called Alternate something. I don't know what the rest of that says because it got starred out. Which is less social media and more a group of history nerds gathered in one site. And Ellie says, it's a really tough hobby and job. I watched retail WoW burn down like that. I quit before everything went down. So yeah, like overall, a lot of AAA games, big companies, like, I feel like the corporate greed is kind of catching up to a lot of these people. But unfortunately, artists are taking a big hit, especially with AI-generated art right now. There's a lot of growing concern that, people, like corporations being the way they are gonna, instead of hiring artists, they're just gonna use these AI generators, to get what they need. Which, if the AI generators continue to improve as they have been, that is a very real possibility that there are, some scummy corporations that are just gonna generate AI art and they're not gonna hire people. And the worst part about the AI art, and especially since DeviantArt, threw us all under the bus, and literally every piece of my art now has been fed to an AI system, so people can literally replicate my style. Like, all the years I've spent developing my art style and how I work can now be instantly generated in like 10 seconds in an AI. And that feels pretty bad because it was done without my permission. So this is what's happened to all the artists. Basically, whenever you see art generated by AI, what it does is it has a database of art that it basically ripped from all over the internet, and it mushes pictures together. Like, you can literally see bits and pieces of different people's art all kind of like smushed together to create something new. And a lot of the times the AI art is not perfect. Like, it has a hard time with like hands and limbs. Like, you'll get like really weird results, especially where like a character's hand has like 8 fingers and weird lumps growing out of their body and stuff. So, you know, as of right now, the AI art is not perfect enough that you can't tell it apart from like a real person's work for the most part. I think it depends on what it is too, but like there's always something a little off about AI art that makes it, you know, bizarre in some way. It is fun to play around with, though. I mean, like, I'm not gonna lie. For all the negatives about it, it's kind of like we have to face the facts here that this is something new. It's something that's scary because artists are worried that it's going to replace them. But at the same time, a lot of artists are looking at it like, you know, hey, maybe this can be a new tool that I can use. So, like for me, for example, say I want to save a bunch of time and I don't really want to paint like a background, so I could go into an AI and just type in a bunch of prompts and be like, I want a mountain background with a forest, and then just let it, you know, let it make a background and then put that in my art. But you see, I wouldn't want to do that because I know that that background was generated from paintings that were copyrighted and belonged to other artists, and the artists probably didn't give their consent to like allow their art to be used in the program. So I feel like with the AI, if they want to do right by artists, number one, they need to get consent, like they need to get permission from all the artists to like actually put their work into the AI. And then they should also pay them. Like, you know, give them some kind of compensation, you know? Like, that would be the right thing to do. Not just, like, stealing people's art on the internet, because that's never a good thing. So, yeah, that's pretty much what I think about AI art right now. Just, it's a scary thing. It really is. So, alright. Color flats. So we gets to start coloring. So most of her dress. Oh, you know what I forgot? I forgot to add the brush. Oh, I totally forgot to add the rose brushes. Hang on. I was like, I got to talking so much that I got distracted. Like after I finished the sketchy lines, I forgot the patterns on the dress. So rose patterns. So let me just pop that in there. But yeah, if any of you guys didn't know like what was going on with AI art, that's pretty much it right there. It's kind of not such a good thing right now. Let's see. Let's there's a new website that I started to hear about that generates AI art. They just keep making new stuff. Yeah, it is scummy because now that you know, like, it's literally all created from stolen art, pretty much. Sounds like the artist who did my commission and after it was complete more or less said they'd be selling my commission as prints on their shop unless I paid double the commission price for the exclusive rights to it. Super scummy move, and it was never mentioned beforehand. Yeah, I remember that. That was terrible. Heading to bed. Take care, Babone. See you tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, because I'll be at a birthday. Bye-bye. But, yeah, like, super sketchy, really. Yeah, that was basically a story of, like, this artist did not explain up front that, like, one of their rules for art commissions is, that they want to sell it as prints. Now, like, if they had just come out and said that, like, right up front, then fine, you know? Like, that's okay. As long as you get permission first, you know, and you let the person know, like, hey, you know, I want to make extra passive income off of the work that I do. Like, could I get permission to make prints and sell of your artwork? And, you know, it'll... whatever, and like if you opt out it'll cost an extra fee or whatever. In that case I would say, you know, if it's gonna cost me double to opt out because I don't want my character being sold, I wouldn't have commissioned that artist, you know, to begin with, because that's like, why would you sell my original character? Like, if I'm commissioning you to make fan art or something of, like, established characters, then absolutely, you totally have my permission to sell it as prints. Like, if you're drawing Erebos from the Dragon Prince for me, totally, like, make prints, sell it at Comic-Con, like, go hog wild, yo. I'm cool with that, because Erebos is not my character. I don't own him. But, like, when it comes to D&D characters or World of Warcraft characters or anything like that, like, dude, this is my OC, yo. Like, you can't just profit off of my OC. That just don't feel right, you know? And that's what this artist tried to do with Commander Munt. And, you know, he paid good money for that commission, so having to suddenly be faced with paying double just so that his character wouldn't be sold in their print shop, that was super, super scummy. Like, they pretty much scammed, like, conned him. I would have, if it was me, I would have threatened them. I'd be like, no, this is absolutely ridiculous. Like, this character is my intellectual property. You do not have permission to sell it and make money off of it, and then try to extort me for double what the asking price was for the commission. Like, I would have stood my ground. I wouldn't have, you know, given them the money if it was me. Because, like, what is the artist going to do to you, really? Like, I won't do art for you ever again? Well, oh, boo-hoo, you know? Go find another artist. I feel really bad that you did pay them, though. I wish you didn't. Because when you told me about that, I was like, man, that's terrible. Like I would have threatened them with, like, a lawsuit or something, and then they would probably back off. Because you know, most artists don't actually have the money to go through with lawsuit stuff, so, like, all you gotta do is threaten them. Just be like, yeah, you're gonna try to extort me. I'm gonna take you to small claims court. You know, or something. But anyway, what they did was really crappy, for sure. I would never, ever, ever do that to anybody. Like, that is not how I roll. Let's see, reading the chat here. Yeah, bro, that's my baby. The worst part was that they were really scummy about it. Like, after the commission was done, they asked permission, and I said that I was not comfortable with them doing that. They more or less said, well, I can do it anyways. Pretty much said, unless I pay my consent, I didn't matter, and she only asked out of necessity. Wow. And yeah, it already been like 7-month wait for the commission. Yeah, the fact that you waited 7 months also, that's really bad. Like, I don't care how popular the artist is, like, you need to get to a point where you say no and you stop taking commissions. Because if you're that booked up and you're making people wait like almost a year to get their commission, that looks really bad. Like, and there are a lot of instances too where there's artists that, like, you know, they take people's money for commissions and then they run with it. Like, they don't do it. They just flake out. Like, I've heard stories. I know Champette, I think, had that happen to her where she paid an artist and she never got the work. So, like, I would not trust any artist that has a queue that's that long. Like, the worst mine ever got was like 4 months out, and that was, you know, when I just started streaming and I made my Discord server and I started to get like really, really popular. So I just had commissions like left and right, nonstop. And that was, you know, that was a lot for me. So I had to come to a point where I had to stop taking commissions. Like, I literally closed my commissions to give myself time to catch up, because, you know, I don't want to risk like having people get tired of waiting and then they want like a refund or something, you know. And also another thing that a lot of these artists do is they spend the money before they do the work. So it's like, if the person, like, I've heard horror stories where a person like wants a refund because they were waiting too long, and they just, you know, they just told the artist like, hey, I need my money back. Like, just cancel the commission. And the artist is like, oh, well, I already spent the money. Like, oh God, who does that? That is so bad. Don't spend the money before you do the work. No. Let's see. Let me see the chat here. Whoa. Growth pot Drakthir. I have to be big dragon person. It's kind of like the growth pot Worgans, you know. It's, people like to do that. They want to be giant, you know. Always got to be big. 9 to 10k DPS and eye level 230 gear. Wow. That's like super good. Because Amma only does like 7.9k right now. And she's in 285 gear. Drakthir overtuned. See, I've had that happen too. Spent $80 and got the equivalent of like a 10-minute sketch, and then a bunch of promises it'd get done and never got anything else. Oof. Confirmed. Good thing I'm super picky with the people I get commissions from. I never had that happen to me. I have like a a couple Worgen and one Tauren who use growth potions, but they're actually like in character giant, not just for the sake of looking big. Gotcha. I mean, I don't disparage people who do it. Like, I really don't care. Like, if it's important to your character for, you know, whatever reason, then go for it, you know? Like, do what you want, you know? You do you. You do what you wanna do. When I find a solid, trustworthy artist, I cling to them. I'm clinging to Emily for life now. And truly, like, I appreciate all of you so much for, commissioning me multiple times. Like, you guys are awesome. Like, all of you, like Savannah, Babone, Commander Munt, Ellie, like I said, you guys are the reason why I can keep the roof over my head and, feed my family, feed my Bibble. Like, her food is expensive, yo. Like, she eats this grain-free Nulo wet food, and that stuff is not cheap. Like, I spend almost $200 a month just on Bibble's cat food, so, like, your commissions are literally keeping Bibble alive, so you should be proud. Bibble, she's so happy. Yeah, she's a happy cat. Speaking of cat food, our supermarkets are empty. We have no more cat food stock anymore. Oh no. That actually happened. So it's my fault the evil lives. Yeah, it's your fault that Bibble is still alive and well because you feed her. Oh, that's too funny. I remember though, there was like a cat food shortage, like here in New York a couple months ago, and that was really rough. Like, maybe not a couple months, it was like during the pandemic, I think. Or, I don't know. All I know is, like, all of Bibble's food was sold out, and Bibble is such a picky eater, so she was, like, throwing fits. Like, she would literally starve herself because she would not eat the food that I was giving her because it wasn't her favorite flavors. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Bibble, but the shelves are empty. I literally can't give you the food you want to eat. Like, it doesn't exist, So that was pretty rough. My cat has gotten picky too. Yeah, Bibble is like super picky. She just she loves maybe 4 different flavors of the Nulo cat food, and that's it. So, like, if I don't give her beef and rainbow trout, beef and mackerel, or chicken and duck, she throws a fit. Like, she will let it rot in the bowl all day. And on occasion, she also lets the food she does like rot because out of nowhere she suddenly changes her mind. Like, she just decides she doesn't like those flavors. Like, one day she just didn't want to eat her beef and mackerel. Like, she was sick of it. So she just let it rot. And I'm like, dude, it costs like $1.29 per can of your wet food? And you're just gonna let it rot? Like, you're literally throwing away my money, cat. And then the other thing she does is sometimes she eats too fast and then she just throws it all up. So she either lets my money rot or she throws it up. But most of the time, though, she eats her food and it's all good. We only give her half a can now, too, so that kind of helps with the eating too fast and throwing up thing. Because she's a pig. Like, she wants to eat every 4 hours. She is just a little piggy. Yeah, she loves food. Bibble, I'm talking about you. Yeah. She's so cute. It's a real pain. I have to run to 3 different stores to just find something. Oof, yeah. My cat has a sensitive stomach and absolutely can't eat grain dry foods. Yeah, my cat can't either because she gets Like she can't eat dry food at all because she gets crystals in her bladder and and is like prone to UTIs. She's technically supposed to be eating like the urinary SO food, but she refuses. Like I got a vet prescription for it and she will not eat it at all. I've tried many, many times. So like when she starts having, bladder problems, what I do is I give her these like little urinary tract treats that I pop into her mouth like a pill. I basically force it down her throat. I'm like, you will take this. This is medicine and you need it. And she hates me for it, but I gotta do what I gotta do, right? So that's just is the way it is. And unfortunately, she had this problem ever since she was a kitten. Because when I first got her, I was feeding her like a mix of wet food and dry food. And then she just like, when she was only 4 months old, she already had like, they did an X-ray of her bladder, and she had like sludge of crystals in there. And she was getting UTIs and having a hard time going to the bathroom, so that wasn't good. So then I started to only give her wet food. And Bibble loves her wet food. But she still gets the bladder problems, every at least once a year it happens. So then I have to give her those UTI treats. And then she hates me. Let's see here what we said. My cat is the same. She was addicted to chicken and duck and suddenly just left it to rot until I had to throw it away. My cat is a glutton as well. She sits and stares at me and meows literally every time I turn my head to look at her. Like, it's not your hour. Yeah. See, Bibble will wake me up at 4 a.m. every night to feed her. But because Mike is a night owl and he stays up late, he feeds her at 4 a.m. so I can actually sleep through the night. Because she is that, spoiled. For real. Every 4 hours, just like clockwork. So I usually feed her at midnight before I go to bed. And then, I go to sleep. And sometimes Mike goes to bed early and he doesn't feed her. And then there she is at 4 a.m. all over me, jumping on my desk, knocking things over, meowing, jumping on me, walking on me, meowing some more. Like, oh my god, cat. Oh, why are you so hungry? All the time. Holy moly. Bibble's like, Mommy, why do you keep talking about me? 'Cause you're annoying. But I still love you. Much annoying Bibble. So yeah, you guys are, supporting the Bibble. She is our overlord to all of us. Alright, let me send you the sketch now that I actually remember to put the flower patterns on it. There we go. Alright, so not counting my half-hour break, we are at 5 hours labor, so we got 3 hours to color this, which is gonna be something. We're gonna see Emily speed painting. For realsies. We're gonna speed paint like we never speed painted before. But hey, this came out really, really, really beautiful, so it'll be worth it. Let's see, what did I miss in the chat here? Commander Munt said, yep, literally if there is a bare spot in the bowl, I get verbally assaulted by my cat. I'm like, there's still food. Bibble does that too. Like, she has food in, like, the upper corner of the bowl that she didn't finish. But, like, that's not good enough because she needs fresh food. Like, open up a brand new can, it's gotta be super fresh. That is how Bibble do. Anywho, so I have a feeling that the wise thing for me to do would be to extend this commission into another day, because we're already at 5.5 hours and it's almost 11 o'clock at night, and my limit for how long I can focus and do art is like 6 hours, so I'm like a half hour away from reaching my mental fortitude limit. So what I'm gonna do is finish this up on Thursday. Oh wow, 5 a.m. Oh my gosh. Holy cow. It's almost 5 a.m. here. I forget, where do you live again? Didn't you say you're like in Germany, I think? Oh wow, how in the world do you manage to stay up till 5 a.m.? I would be such a zombie, like... So I think you should go to bed because the sun is probably going to be rising for you soon. So you need some sleep. And I am going to basically call it a night for this because, you know, 5 hours of work is good. We got it to a good point. So I'm gonna tack this commission on to Thursday before I do Chibi Vol'jin and finish it up then. So let me go into my schedule real quick and copy paste it into Thursday. So we're gonna do that. Just double it up. So yeah, I think what I'm gonna do before I go to bed, because I go to bed at midnight, so I only have like an hour and 10 minutes. I'm gonna go on WoW and I'm gonna make a Drakthir. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I wanna make some dragon people. So I am going to bid you all a good night. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I'll be seeing you again Thursday. Have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye. Ciao, ciao.